does unknown entity do? And welcome to the first stream of 2026. The new year, I'm also going to play a new game here. Europa Universalis 5. Played a decent bit of the fourth one. One came out 2 months ago, or something like that, recently. Or towards the end of 2025. I have it here now, and I'm going to try it today. I've intentionally avoided information about how to play this game. The game is like 4 times louder than I am. Okay, yeah, that's fair. If I go into here, this is probably quiet. Nope, music's still loud. Go back. Settings. I noticed that during the startup, the music for the game is very loud. I probably just have to do that. There. That's probably better, hopefully. Let me know if I did not want to load a game. Oops. But yeah. If there are any more issues, let me know. This is... we're gonna go back on. Yeah. New game. I've intentionally avoided information about how to play this, which means this could be a train wreck. I think I need to turn myself up, too. I've turned myself up quite a bit, like, legitimately, over the past several months. I can turn myself up more. We will see if that does anything. I don't know. I also don't know how fucking decimal scale, so I don't know if I'm doing much or little at all. Like, I'm just kind of quiet, I think, for streams. Am I, like, decently quieter than I am in Discord? If so, that might be an OBS issue. Go to your own stream to listen, you'll see that I'm very quiet. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I think that might be a case of the game is still way too loud. Now the game's really quiet. Nah. Is that any better, by chance? I can try booting myself up louder. I don't know if I raise this to a 5 decibel. Up per second? Okay, yeah, I see. Is this better? Hopefully, maybe? I'm gonna continue in. I did take a peek at this screen. It's better. That music score is just loud. Yeah, to be fair, that menu music is very loud. Hopefully to be fair, this isn't too new. I feel like I've worked on VODs and felt like I've been kind of quiet a few things. Play Hungary because it looks like the US flag. God. That is a kind of cursed US flag now that you mention that. I wouldn't have thought that, but shrug. Anyway, I did take a peek at the screen. There's less recommended countries in this game than there are in 4, which is interesting. Surprisingly, no England or France, but I think that's because this game is set earlier and they're about to both end up in the 100 Years' War, which they probably don't want to throw new players into. But we've got some interesting appearances here. Expansion's not too surprising. There's Castille and Ottomans. Those are 2 kind of classic choices for 4 for expansion. Castille through colonialism and Ottomans through conquering. And economy's Holland, aka will become the Netherlands, which isn't too surprising. But then Hungary is also there for economy, which is weird. I'm not sure what that's about. I would expect something more like Venice or Genoa. And then there's Naples and Norway for politics, and I don't genuinely know what either of those is about. Why they would be picks for a recommended starter for politics, whatever that means in the context of this game's mechanics. And I'm not going to play Hungary. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Brie. I already kind of knew that I was going to probably play Castille to start. I wanted to do one of the expansions, and Castille seemed more interesting because it had colonialism stuff that I can do. Yeah, and I've never played this, so I'm gonna get whatever the game's tutorial experience is, I assume. I'm not quite sure how that goes, or if there really is any tutorial and I'm just gonna be thrown into the fire, and we'll see. This will go either fine with my experience from 4 or terribly, and it'll be a great train wreck. We'll see. Anyway, Reckon Castille, country focus. King Alfonso XI, the Avenger, rules Castile without much internal opposition after establishing his dominance over the kingdom's nobility. He can now turn his attention south, where the Emirate of Granada survives as the last Islamic bastion in Iberia. His powerful ally, the Sultanate of Morocco, maintains a strategic position on the peninsula centered on the Algeciras and Ronda, allowing it to intervene from across the Strait of Gibraltar. Mansion, focus your army on Focus on your army and navy, declare war on your enemies, and take control of the neighboring lands by force. And also expand your navy to control the seas and expand your maritime presence. Do not start the learning walkthrough at Game Start. No, we definitely want that. I will take that. We'll see how the game explains itself. Will it be decent at explaining itself? Who knows? These types of games generally aren't, but, you know, shrug. I also should mention I don't have the DLC that came with launch. I didn't feel like paying like an extra $20. I don't think it's gonna be too big of a deal. Like some monument stuff. I'm sure I'll have it at some point, but not right now. I was like, hey, look, Bree, it's the meme you posted earlier. Or not posted, but DM'd me earlier. Oh. Crown of Castille. Welcome to Europa Universalis 5. Nearly 5 centuries of history are about to unfold before you. As the spirit of your nation, you have the power to choose how. You could conquer the world, develop your society into a flourishing utopia, or become an unrivaled economic power. Whatever you choose to do, history is yours to control. Camera controls. Let's go over some quick basics. WASD, scroll wheel, zoom in and out. Holding tab, you can see the overview of the whole world. Oh, interesting. Oh, that like took me way out. Okay. More modern camera controls than what 4 had. Game concepts are highlighted in blue and contain information about specific mechanics you might encounter within the game. We could, for instance, say that you play as a country. A country. By default, nested tooltips are accessible by more time. Yep, that's standard for Paradox. Oh, thank you for the definition of country. A country is a political entity that can participate in diplomacy. It has a government and a primary culture and a primary religion. It may control armies and navies to protect its power. Every country is either settled, extraterritorial, army-based, or a society of pops. Each country is played by either a human player or by an AI. Okay, hover over nested tooltips. So, diplomacy. Diplomacy is an interaction between two countries within a diplomatic range of each other. It is facilitated by diplomats. Covers everything from alliances, treaties, subjects, overlords, and governs war and peace. High prestige makes it easier to do diplomacy, while high antagonism makes it harder. Government. Every country has a government of a specific government type located in its capital. Governments consist of the ruler and the cabinet and are shaped by the societal values, government reforms, and laws. Primary culture. It's the culture of the country, and pops of another culture will assimilate to this. Common language of each country is determined by the language of the primary. Also, they've like incorporated a language system on top of the culture system, which is interesting. Common language. This is the language of the primary culture in a country. If this is the court language, then the commoners will be happy. Okay, so they've like made that more dynamic, because you'd have places where like the court language was not the actual common language of the people in the country, which was always a weird thing to know about. Like fucking It's been French in places where English is commonly spoken. It was Latin in a lot of places that weren't Latin speaking. So yeah, they've implemented that as a whole thing. This is the core language, and the commoners will be, yeah. So basically, if your government speaks the language that all the people speak, they like that. Crazy. I lost all my nested. I'll give it back. Oh, I see. There's like a bar that like shows when the tooltip will freeze and I can move. Okay. So there's a lot to read in here if I actually sit on all of these. Some of them are pretty standard. I don't think I need to read how a ruler works. But then again, if I go in here, I can see what administrative ability. Oh yeah, administrative, military, and diplomatic abilities. That comes back from 4. Primary religion is the primary religion of a country. Yep. Armies and navies. What I want to read here is the different types of countries is new. A settled country is a country that needs to own locations in order to exist. Extraterritorial. An extraterritorial country is a country that exists by virtue of its buildings. It does not need to own entire locations. Interesting. Army-based country is a country that can own locations, but its existence is relying entirely on its armies. If those are destroyed, then the country collapses. So that's going to be something like the Templar Knights, the Knights of Malta, which technically kind of still exists. Or Society of Pops. Society of Pops is a country that exists by virtue of its pops and does not need to own entire locations. That's probably more like the nomadic tribes, where the people can move and the location doesn't matter. Like, they kind of just wander. It's gonna be like in the Americas or Australia. Okay. I don't think there's anything too crazy. Navy. Tribute food. Food from the Navy to any army and adjacent. Not get food from its current. Okay, so there's gonna be like food management. Oh god. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna continue. Europa Universalis 5. You play as the spirit of the nation, an abstract representation of your country. You're currently playing as the Crown of Castille, a country with King Alfonso XI as its ruler. It's wild that they need to define me, the player, as the spirit of the nation, but sure, okay. I'm not playing as the leader or as the country, I'm playing as its spirit. Fine, that's fine. If that's what people need to understand how this works, that's fine. You're currently playing as the Crown, yep. The top bar consists of a few different elements. It will stay here at the top of your screen from now on to provide you with an overview of your country. You may also notice that there's a date at the top right. This is because the game plays out in real time. Do not worry though, we are paused right now and nothing is happening. Leftmost action of the top bar displays your estates, your groups that hold power within a country. As a player, you are represented by the crown. We have Castilian Recambria. Oh, don't move my camera. The Castilian Beretia, Castilian Burgesia, which I'm assuming is burgers. Castilian Commune. Okay. Oh, there's descriptions. Cumbria. The state represents our landed aristocracy. Their privileges are guaranteed by ancient traditions, most of which were originally granted in return for exceptional service to the state. They are traditionally responsible for protecting the realm against the outside dangers, as well as helping the ruler keep the peace. In general, it is better for the government estate to have more power than the other estate. Okay. This estate represents the educated priests of our state religion. Their traditional responsibility is to care for the spiritual being of the realm. Okay, so this is the religious estate. This estate represents the commercial class of your country. Yep, the burgers. Merchants and traders. I'm gonna have to turn off this moving based on my cursor being at the edge of the screen, because that's annoying. Commune. This estate represents the population of the lowest tier society. That's what I expected. Okay. Frequently a class given little to no prestige or power. The common folk nevertheless make up the foundation of our country and can become surprisingly powerful when united. Don't piss off the poor. I'm not gonna try and hit escape so I don't leave. Tutorial window. The leftmost section is the states. Oh yeah, here's character. Character is an individual person possessing abilities, traits, cultures, or religion. They may even belong to a dynasty if they are noble bearing. Become an adult, a ruler or a regent, may be assigned a role in the cabinet as a general or an admiral. Adults may also marry and produce children. Okay. So there's like potential for individuals relevant other than just the rulers themselves, or even like non-noble leaders, so shit like presidents for the US or whatever the hell was happening in revolutionary France. Yeah. We will get back to estates later, but for now, keep in mind that every estate holds a percentage of the country's wealth and power and has the level of estate satisfaction that you can track at the top of the bar. Happiness at this number? That's the monthly change. Okay. Distribution of power between the estates will vary from country to country, with some countries having access to unique estates altogether. Next, let us take a look at the resources and statistics in the top bar. This is the middle section of the bar, which contains the most relevant resources you will need to keep track of while governing your country. You need to spend ducats for many actions in this game, from paying your soldiers to building up your cities. Truly, your most important resource is your population, as they constitute the foundation of your politics, your economy, and your... Another particularly important number is your stability, a measure of your internal resilience that will help you keep your estates and population loyal, that you can use to influence the politics of your country. We will visit the rest of the numbers when they become relevant. For now, let us continue. Ducats. Got 1,500 ducats. Stability, which is a number and not just like a scale of -2 to +2. Population, I assume. Oh, hovering over population gives me a population map. That's wild. Legitimacy, prestige, diplomat. Oh, this is the number of I have 3.5 diplomats. I don't know where we get a half a diplomat, but sure. War exhaustion, manpower, sailors. Resources I have to pull from to build armies and navy. Okay. 5 plays out over the course of hundreds of years. You can see the current date in the top right corner of the screen, which is also where you control the speed of the game. Time is divided into 6 different ages. Right now we are in the Age of Traditions, which will end in the year 1342. Give way to the Age of Renaissance. Within each age, you will have access to new advances to read. As mentioned before, the game is currently paused, so you're not missing out on anything. Okay, let us take a moment to go over some of the basic elements of the interface, starting with the tabs in the top left. There are 8 different panels accessible from here, which you will spend plenty of time in. Oh yeah, that's for sure. Government, economy, production, society, diplomacy, military, geopolitics, and advances. Okay, so... Oh, nope, I have to go into the panels. On top of the game concepts that you can find all across the game, some key game mechanics have associated hints that offer a more detailed explanation along with some suggestions. Open the hints panel. Okay. Like... ton of tutorial information. Starting advice for Castille. As the dominant power of the region, the crown of Castille stands on privileged grounds for unifying Iberia under one throne. However, our administration is already stretched thin, and our control in the south is so low it barely contributes to our balance. It would be wise to consolidate our power over our current territory before we embark on further conquest. Build roads from our capital. Subjugate Granada. Plus Ultra. Floors Tower of Wealth. Okay, so basically Nations without control are virtually useless to our administration. Build roads and bridge buildings from our capital in order to increase our proximity, therefore our control. Check the proximity map mode frequently. Even if we are not in a position to own their land very effectively, we could make Granada our subject. They would rule the land on our behalf and pay monthly tribute into our treasury. We can consider annexing them once our infrastructure and technology have developed enough to allow owning the land directly. In order to annex a subject, we will have to have ruled over them for more than 10 years and enjoy good relations with them. Okay. Like advisor. Another one. Oh. Like a full-on character. Castilian. Oh, so hovering over a culture gives me the culture map. Back here. Interesting. Oh, come back. Catholic, yep. Map. Take a better look at those later. I'll look at these more if I need to. Oh, you open that. They want me to. Fine, whatever. EU5 is a vast game that allows for countless different playstyles and possibilities, regardless of whether you fancy yourself a ruthless conqueror, a shrewd politician, or administrator endowed with the touch of Midas. There are some fundamentals that every successful ruler needs to master. Let us take a look at them. As we mentioned, ducats are one of the most important resources in the game. Money. Most actions cost ducats, and very often your ability to impose your will as a ruler, both outside and inside your country, will depend on the wealth you are able to concentrate into your hands. Path to global domination is paved with gold and blood. Most of your finances are controlled from the balance panel, so let's take a look at it. Open the economy. The balance tab. Here you can find an overview of your balance. Difference between your income and your expenses will be added to your treasury at the end of every month. You can manipulate the different sliders in this panel to modify your monthly balance. As we just saw, the difference between your monthly income and expenses is also displayed in the top bar. So, up here, yeah. So I'm currently making -8 ducats a month. I assume that's a month, right? Monthly, yep. I would need, like, taxing the different states. Not tax. Cost of the army maintenance, navy, port maintenance. Food. Bloody. Okay. Oh, minting. This says minting, not mining. Fucking hammer on it made it look like it was mining, but I guess it's... Oh, you mint things, you hammer the hold on, whatever. Anyway. So you can, like, raise basically inflation by producing more currency. If you really need to, like, up it a little bit. Yeah. Most of the wealth in EU5 is generated on a monthly basis in the land you own, your location. Talk about locations later. For now, you can hover over the tax-based number in the top left corner to see a disclosure of your richest locations. That is where the ducats are being generated in the Crown of Castille. This. Valladolid, Medina del Campo, Mora, Segovia, Salamanca, Burgos, Santander, Toledo, Leon, Seville. Sevilla, probably. Yeah, I think the L's are Y sound in Spanish. Anyway. Okay. So Valladolid, like capital? No, Toledo's the capital. That's what I would have thought. Well, no, actually, I would have thought it was Madrid, but Madrid's in here. No, it's not. Toledo an old name for Madrid, or am I just fucking crazy? Where's Madrid? Oh yeah, Valladolid. I'm pretty sure this becomes Madrid. Or maybe it's... Not important. Those ducats do not go directly into your treasury. As the government, you only collect a fraction of the tax base by extracting tax from your estates. You can set a level of taxation by adjusting the sliders in the budget panel. Notice how their estate satisfaction drops the more you tax them. Estates do not like taxes. Well, that's a shame. Maximum tax that you can set for each estate depends on many factors, like how powerful they are. Sometimes you might not be able to tax a specific estate at all. That's probably why the clerics are not being taxed at all. For now, we recommend you automate your taxes by clicking on the cog icon. That will tax them the just amount to keep their satisfaction over 50% as soon as you unpause the wait. I recommend that you automate your taxes by clicking on the cog icon. I'll tax them the just amount to keep their satisfaction. Okay, so this is like basically telling the game, tax them as much as I can without pissing them off. Which is a good button to have, in my opinion. Doesn't update this, though, unless it was already on those numbers. Oh, I had to probably unpause the game. That's what they said, yeah. Aside from taxes, another significant source of income is minting. You can freely mint to your heart's content to fix your budget, but minting too much will create inflation. Move the minting sliders to mint some shiny ducats. Make sure you're not increasing inflation. What can I do about making inflation? Oh, that's inflation. A little bit under what's going to cause inflation, just in case. That fix some of the money issues. Two other most common sources of income are trade and food. Since those are more advanced concepts, we will not cover them for now. You can learn about them whenever you feel prepared for the respective hints. Trade and food. Trade. I'm doing it now because I don't care. Trade involves moving goods between markets and selling and buying at those markets. Recommended actions. Establish new trade routes to acquire goods. Increase the production of goods to have more of them available for trade. Trade route may be profitable. I'll probably... There's a... Oh, trading right here. Ops need food to live, and armies need food to march. They both get the food they need from the stockpile of the province they are in, and not from the location. Province is a group of locations owned by the same country. The province shares and distributes food between its locations, and army levies and naval levies are raised from the entire province at once. Several cabinet actions target a province. Okay. If there's not enough food, pops will suffer starvation and armies will suffer attrition. There are 3 layers involved with the production and distribution of food. Local food is food produced primarily in those locations with food raw materials as their RGOs. Is that going to be like resource gathering operations? Each location has a raw good, created from mines, farms, gathering it. Level of RGO can employ up to 1,000 laborers or slaves, while the maximum level depends on development advances and other things. Okay. Like livestock, which is a type of good. Any surplus or deficit location may have added to the provincial food. Provincial food is the most important layer. If a province does not produce enough food to sustain the consumption of all its locations, the provincial storage will decrease. When it depletes, all locations inside a province will suffer starvation. Before that happens, the province will try to buy food from its market. Market food. All provinces in a market will try to sell food. Storage is full. Try to buy food when it is low. As long as there's enough food inside a market, no one will starve. Okay. Recommended actions. Markets panel. Irrelevant markets. Okay. Food production decreases during winter. Do not panic if you see all our markets go in the negative for some months. Provinces in deficit will buy the surplus of your most productive provinces as long as they belong to the same market. It is usually best to expand food goods in locations with the highest food productivity. Urban locations are usually less efficient than rural locations at producing food. Stop scrolling the map. Where's main Thank you. Settings. Scrolls. Mouse pan. Stable. Thank you. There we go. That's what I want. Not moving the camera when I don't mean to. Next, let us unpause for a bit before looking at the expenses. You can adjust the speed at which the game runs from the top bar. Speed 3 or 4 are a good place to start. Every player has their own preference. So press space to pause and unpause the game at any moment. Pause. Let a month go by to see the numbers update. Oh, okay. So number in here. Not gonna change. Still a month update, which is how it usually. I don't like the idea of unpausing the game until I've gone through all of these, but okay. If I can understand anything. All set. Well, they're not. One of these, like, no taxing? Parliament. Cabinet. Pause. Support language. Family role. Power. 3 point. There's power to different languages. Dialects. Aragonese. No, and Spanish is used by the Castilian, Aragonese, Leonese, Party. One of those I don't recognize. Oh, it's like the Jewish diaspora within Iberia, I guess. Anyway. I can't. Back here. Not the liturgical language of any country because Latin and Catholicism. Four languages of one country. What's Aragon's like? Oh, it's Catalan. Here's what this power represents: the reach, influence, and prestige of the language, expressed as a percentage relative to the most powerful language in the world. Okay, so it's like the global lingua franca, like how close it is to that, which right now is probably Latin? Latin or French, maybe? Probably Latin. Spanish is a power while Mandarin... Oh, this is going broadly off population, which is going to be Mandarin forever. Okay. Every 1,000 citizens pops the primary religion where it's the liturgical language is power primary cultural influence from cultures. Okay, so just other like influence and power will also give it like powerful economically or territory wise. It'll increase regardless of its actual like spoken population. Oh, and I can like... No, come back. Economy, I can markets. Okay, so this is like the trading screen. Or like the trading nodes, I would assume. A new market in a target location. The price depends on the market access to the location. Oh, so I can like make new nodes? Wow, there's also like... Not how... God. Production. Automate. There's like a mechanic I don't like. I can just tell the game to automate it for me, and I don't have to mess with it, and just assume that it does a decent enough job for me not to have to worry about it. Funny. Oh, so are these like the southern areas they said don't even really count for anything because I haven't even like expanded my power toward, but isn't Toledo down here? Yeah, Toledo. Society. Culture. Station. That. Party. English. 20 Oh. Why is this showing up? Exist ever so slightly? Oh yeah, that's weird. Okay. Korean. Catholicism. Except actually I do have to deal with a little bit of Catholicism. Pain. System. And full on population of like what they class they Oh, this is this is the king's son. Probably shouldn't be flipping through all these out of... Anyway, I will briefly unpause to let this play out like they want me to. I don't like it. I'd rather look through all the menus and know what to have things set to first, but whatever. It goes by hour too, jeez. Where merchants try possibilities with the new market and understand the golden that enough. They're just our Ada has declared us as their rival. Well, that's not. It didn't continue this. I guess I didn't go far enough. Oh, there. Good, 1 month has passed and we have paused the game for you. Now that the numbers have updated and your estates are contributing their due taxes, any calculations in this game happen at the end of the month. Oh god, I'm making a lot. Okay. That. Significantly upsetting. Okay. The numbers have updated and your states are contributing their due tax. Many of the calculations in this game happen at the end of the month. Let us take a look at the expenses. Many actions in the game cost ducats the very moment you perform them, but even when you are not actively spending your ducats, your balances bear the burden of regular monthly expenses. You can spend ducats on increasing stability and legitimacy. Two of your most important stats that we saw at the top bar. We recommend you spend at least enough so that they do not decrease. Maintenance costs of your standing armies, navies, active fortifications can become a significant hindrance to your balance. Reducing their maintenance during peacetime is a sensible idea. I have a positive monthly balance because, yeah. That's very high. That's fine. Higher than I was expecting though. Based on the numbers you normally have in 4. At least this early. So, quality is this one here. Legitimacy. Cost of the convert, yeah. Yeah, the cost of the courts, you're understood the basics of balance management. Let us recap a bit. Income and expenses are calculated. Ducats are generated at locations collected by your treasury. States do not particularly enjoy being taxed. But who are these estates, I hear you ask, and why do they not submit to your every whim? States are one of the keystone of ruling in 5. Not only are they the source of taxes, but they can also be powerful assets when they are loyal or terrible enemies when disloyal. Let us take a closer look at them in the government panel. Government panel, open up the country tab, and the estates. Here you can see the groups that control the political power in your country, the estates. Each estate has a percentage of estate power. As the embodiment of the nation, you are represented by the crown. Okay. Crown power represents your ability to oppose the particular interests of your estates. Namely, it allows you to exact higher taxes, increases estate satisfaction, and your support in the parliament. It makes changing laws easier and provides a percentage of the profits of trade. More about crown power and the crown power hint. $18,500 nobles. And 3.5 or 5.3 million peasants. Anyway. Your states can be powerful assets when managed correctly, but if displeased, quickly turn into an insidious thorn on your back. On top of contributing to your treasury with taxes, estates are essential to the business of war, since you will depend on their levies to fight your wars until you can afford to replace them with regular regiments. However, if they are disloyal, they might start supporting rebellions against your power, potentially overthrowing your rule through a civil war. Finally, estates whose satisfaction is above 50% will provide different bonuses to your country depending on their type, while dissatisfied estates will inflict penalties. That's basically the same as 4. Be granted privileges, which both their state satisfaction and state power, and come with additional effects for your country and your people. Invoking privileges will both anger and weaken the target estate, although that can be a costly endeavor that will likely ruin your stability. But despite them increasing with the power of the estates and thus reducing your crown power, some privileges might align with your interests. Granting a few privileges in times of need can be a wise course of action indeed. None of you. Okay. Despite them increasing the power of the estates, and thus reducing your crown power, some privileges might align. Yep. When you extinguish the spark of rebellion, no king can rule alone. Aside from privileges, estates derive their estate power primarily from the social makeup of your population. Population is divided into different social classes, each of which supports a different estate. Supported by the nobles, clerics, burghers, laborers, and soldiers. Population lives and dies in your location that is on the map. Take a look at the map. World of EU5 is made up of different countries that own locations on the map, where they extract resources and manpower they need to stay ahead of their neighbors. If you zoom out, you'll see country names appear on the map. Hovering over them will show you the country tooltip, and clicking on them will open the foreign country panel where you can learn about and interact with the country. Here we are, the Crown of Castille. Interesting, we have like a long form name. Not very many of them do. Aragon is just Aragon. No, it says Crown of Aragon. Maybe it's based on amount of space that the game has. It'll give it the full name. Otherwise, it'll shorten it to a basic name. Serbia, but it shows Hungary. And it only shows Sweden for Sweden, even though I think this would be more than enough space to show Kingdom of Sweden. The Golden Horde. Or Empire. Actually, no. Yeah, we see all the way through Saudi Arabia and even into India. Wild. Passable. Open a country panel by left-clicking on a foreign country. Here's France. And now France is gone. Countries are nothing without locations. Locations are the heart of the economy and the politics of any country in Europe and EU5. They produce goods and generate tax base, but they're also home to a population of different social classes, religions, and cultures. Locations can have 3 different ranks: city, town, rural, settlement. Okay, so more sides, the more dense, I guess. Drug. Anyway. Different location ranks have different social classes, buildings, and modifiers. Zoom in to see locations. Like these. Like the smallest breakdown of area. And this game's like, this scale has like a ton of detail to it. Especially in comparison to 4. This single little bit of the mountain something. I think get out here into like the Holy Roman Empire, like good God. For one, the countries, but also like the level of how small some of these locations are. Zoom out to see provinces? Any capacity? There's probably just a province map. Zoom in to see location. Most important location for any country is the capital. Capital is Valladolid. You will recognize it on the map by the golden star inside of its location rank icon. So right here. Or no, they just said it's Valladolid, but that has a... What's province capital, so it's a silver star. So this is the golden star. Capital of Castille and is the province capital of Valladolid. Double click on your flag in the top bar to move the camera to your capital. Double click. Huh? Also find any location by pressing F to open the finder and typing in the name. On your capital. Valladolid. Before looking at Valladolid, let us stop for a moment to take a look at the control groups. They live at the bottom of your screen and serve as a quick way to access a variety of things in the game world. You can assign locations, countries, markets, armies, and more to a specific number key. Let us try it by assigning your capital Valladolid. With the Valladolid panel open, press Control 1 to assign it to a new control group. Okay, I just... that and it highlighted it? I can't even hover over control groups to see what that is, but... Good job! Now pressing the assigned number will pan the camera to Valladolid and open its panel. Empty a control group, you can either right-click it or press Control and the corresponding number key. Oh. See these down here. So... 1. City of Valladolid. This... I'm sure it'll make sense soon. Let's take a look at the location panel now. Any location is populated by different social classes. As we just saw, pops will increase with the estate power of their respective estate. The amount of pops of each social class depends mainly on the buildings present in the location. Buildings can be built by you or your estates. You do employ a social class in order to function. When a building is built, peasants will promote to the necessary social class to fill them. Okay. Some buildings produce goods, which are sold into the market, generate the tax base of the location. Buildings over here. Noble. Is it a big deal if they're not employed? I guess not. Oh. Or maybe nobles don't get employed. Hmm. Not all locations have buildings at the beginning of the game, but every location specializes in producing one specific good in their resource gathering operations, or RGO. That is a special type of building that employs laborers to produce raw goods. Very much like buildings, RGO sell their goods in a market of the location to generate tax base. At the beginning of the game, most of your tax base will come from the production of your RGO. You can learn about the markets here in the Markets hint. Or the economy, all locations belong to a market. Selling goods at their market. Locations generate, money. Go to the market panel, see your relevant markets. Markets with a green header contain are owned, whereas markets with blue headers are markets where we have trade capacity but do not own any location. You are advised to automate each individual market by clicking on the cog icon. This will keep all our trade capacity used up on the most interesting merchants at the time. Buildings like a marketplace and trade office to increase our trade capacity in a market. Borders of markets are dynamic. Locations will fall into the market with the highest market attraction to their territory. Even if it's a foreign market, the market attraction of a foreign market can be negated by market protection. Okay. As we've seen, the added profits. Buildings in RGO constitute the tax base of a location. The tax base is then collected by the estates according to their presence. Remember that you only end up receiving a fraction of those ducats in the form of taxes. For instance, like 19 and 4. Hover over the tax base to see how it is being distributed amongst the states. Let us recap. Oh god, they're throwing out parts. Yeah, okay. Hit next. There we go. However, not all locations are equal under the sun. Let us discuss one of the most important stats of location. Control. Yes, that's what they mentioned earlier. I'm not in control of the south. What I'm most interested in doing. Among other things, control determines the amount of wealth in a location that is actually usable by you or your estates. In other words, the tax base scaled by percentage of control you have over it. Control of the location is directly dependent on its proximity to your capital. That is why your capital is one of your most important locations. It will always have a high control. That means the buildings in RGO in your capital will always contribute most to the wealth of your estates in your country. Let's take a moment now to see map modes. They are different. Yes, please. Different lenses which you can see various aspects of the world represented on the map. If you hover over the control tooltip on the location panel, you will see the map mode button at the top right of the tooltip. Click at the map mode will change to show the control of all your locations. Over this. Now seeing a map of the distributed control. I don't even have control like up here in the north, which makes sense. Culture. Locations in the periphery of your domains will not be nearly as useful, at least without the proper infrastructure in place. While in this map mode, you can also click on other countries to see their control displayed on the map. I want to do that. On Portugal, they have a lot more overall. Lack these spaces out here. Like France, oh boy. France does not have much control. England? Control over Cornwall. Is this... Oh, Golden Horde. Done. Damn. Ton of area that they don't control at all. Anyway. Now let's take a look at the proximity map mode. You can access it from the proximity tooltip, similar to what you did for control. Proximity map mode shows how far away locations are from your capital in practical terms. You may notice how proximity spreads further along the plains and rivers, and it's severely hampered by mountain ranges or forests. Topography and vegetation play a very important role in the calculation of proximity, and so does the presence of human-made infrastructure like roads or ports. Okay. Clicking on different locations while in this map mode will show the path that they're Using to reach the capital. On different locations while... I don't see the path. Oh, so there's just straight up no... Oh, no, yeah, there is. And it's just gone. I have to point at... Like, there's straight up just no... thing. So is this like... This is, I mean, this didn't connect, but this connected. There are dozens of different map modes in this game that can be used to display all sorts of data. For instance, you might be interested in the various markets around the world or the distribution of population within your country. You can access all the map modes by hovering over the widget at the bottom of your screen. Selecting a specific map mode, free to explore, but do not feel like you need to get acquainted with all of them right away. Remember to go back to the default map mode by pressing Ctrl Q or selecting it from the map mode panel. The default, I guess. Cool. Weird that this isn't the default, but whatever. Backspace. Oh, none. Backspace so low, except in some reason. That's about is Rome not? Rome does not seem. Anyway. Materials. Yep. Full. Markets. Populate. It's like showing where they most tied to in some capacity, like economically, or maybe that's where. Sure, it'll tell me eventually. Cultures. Religions. Catholicism. Oh, this is very messy out here. Jewish. Ephisticism. Form of Christianity. Okay. Diplomacy. Becoming neutral. Yeah. Like. My ally, aren't you? Tactical. One to the attacker. Penalty of 3. Oh, I know. Penalty of 1 to the attacker. Okay. If I want to hole up and be like defensive turtle, stand in the red. Also probably deep spots to. Yep. So we said that you needed. So we have said that you need proximity to have control, but how do you improve your proximity? There are multiple different ways, but one of the most important ones is building roads. Roads improve the connection between two. Oh, I bet the connection, like the pathing, just straight up requires road to connect them at all in the first place. Be lost for all locations that use the path to the capital. Let us build a road from Valladolid. Notice it will cost you ducats. Darn. Valladolid panel. Click on the road builder button to build a road from your capital. Road builder. Click on any neighboring location. Construction. Okay. Connect to the color. Legend. Close legend. 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 Doesn't show anything. What the hell? Okay. Connect Toledo. Construct a Ravel Road to Toledo. 500. You have. No, that's actually basically a third of my currency. Gravel road. Okay, so this color's already gravel road. The green. Okay, I am confused. I could build a road. They're down here to hill. This like already road. Supposed to cheaper area to build road. Eh. I feel like if this already has road, if I want to connect the road here, it shouldn't be going through here. It should be going around to here and just connecting these two. Oh, why was it doing it this way? Oh, here's Madrid. Huh. Uh, these are all that color. Already building gravel. No, go back to that. Get that back. Shami? Playing for over an hour, and I'm still in the tutorial and haven't progressed the game at all. That's fine. That's to be expected. Welcome. Don't expect that to change anytime soon. That kind of game? Yeah, exactly. Anytime, nope. Wait. In here, roads. This is kind of it. Oh, wait. Roads. Gravel road. So, gravel road. Roads in Toledo. So if this all is gravel road, then how do I technically not have... I'm understanding that at all. Because it seems like I'm connected by road to Toledo, but then it acts like... Doesn't give me a legend here either. Don't fully understand, but... Oh. Click the road builder button. Yeah, I already... Full system. Anyway, bravo. The road is now under construction. It will take some months to finish. You can see the construction progress in the circular widget on the map over your capital. Once it finishes, proximity in a target location will improve accordingly. Its control rise. Construction of buildings, RGO, and regiments work very similarly. They cost ducats, require some goods from the market, take time to complete. Yep. Proximity and control are among the most important mechanics to master. Some power and tax base and the size of your levies will directly depend on the control you have over your locations, which in turn depends on their proximity from your capital. This means that laying out roads from the capital is paramount to all countries, big and small. Aside from roads, proximity can also propagate by sea, although doing so effectively requires good harbor capacity and maritime presence. Oh, now we have the outliner, which is massive, but okay, well, it's fine. Probably does not need to be that wide, but whatever. Before we finish, let us go over a couple extra UI elements that you need to know, starting with the outliner. Finish? I don't feel like we're finished, but okay. The outliner offers an overview of what's going on in your country. For instance, you can see the road you just built under the construction group. Contents of the outliner are highly customizable. Much like control groups, you can pin a large variety of things to the outliner, such as countries, markets, or armies. To do this, you can utilize the context menu, which can be accessed by the right-clicking a location or country on the map. Context menu, pin a country or location to the outliner. So, open. Country on the map. In a country or location to the outline. Our icon. There it is. Now, some locations, Toledo. Nicely done. You'll be able to access everything you have pinned. Right side of the screen. We're almost at the end of this introduction. We have automated some features to help you focus on learning the basis. Control what aspects of the game are automated at any time from the automation panel. Open the automation panel. In this panel, you control which aspects of the country the game will manage for you. We recommend having a quick glance at the options available and come back to this panel later when you have a clear idea of what you want to control yourself. For instance, you could decide whether you want to automate your advances, cabinet, or leave them manual. Learn more about those features and their respective hints. Production methods, building, Close and open buildings, subsidized buildings, toy buildings, or estate buildings, RGO. Oh wait, I see. So this is like clicked in. That production methods are being automated. Buildings aren't. So, like, very little is being automated right now. Our country is researching new advances at all times. Go to the advances panel. Click on an empty flask icon on the top right to open the technology panel. Oh. Oh god. How do I move? Okay. Whole thing that 4 did not have. I mean, 4 had like the institutions. Well, no, I guess 4 kind of had a technology thing, but it was not like this at all. Holy. Well, that's a whole window. Anyway, feel prepared to dive in the depths advanced it. You can also just automate it. Yeah. Unused research points will be stored up to a point, which they will go to a waste. Research progress speed by increasing average literacy and the estate satisfaction of our clergy. Okay. Sure. Cap. Cabinet actions are amongst the most powerful tools we have to rule our nation. We should be using all our available cabinet seats at all times. The government panel. Cabinet. Great province if we have a newly conquered territory. Stable country if stability is low. Strength of government if legitimacy is low. Diplomacy. Idle values. Develop a province. Cabinet actions can also be used to convert other religions or assimilate other cultures. You can also automate the cabinet from the automation panel. Characters appointed to the cabinet will increase the estate power of their state. Cabinet actions will unlock in later ages. Cabinet seat. Automation. Not automated. Or you're told to encourage a new character to enter our court. That's the nobility. Guy. Oh, I covered over. Where's admin, Anakin, the other one called? Military ability. Top. See them here. Or if they're not as important. Take fighter. Fighter. Like, actually probably better off as a Oh, now I'm not making any money. Wait, no, that's stability. Never mind, I'm high on money. Head of the cap. Hybrid. Intimacy. Value development province. Evers. Creation. Full. Roll. Yeah. Increase roll to select province. Circumstances. Good for military. Weird, cause like of the clergy, but whatever. Still pretty good for administrative tasks. Central control of Toledo. Work southward. The whole yeah, it's for the whole province. Other person. Develop province. Hmm. Best develop the capital? Or not sure how much there is to improve in the capital, but that's a bunch of stuff that just appeared. All like things that are happening. Yeah. Notifications. Another important element that you will be using during your campaigns is the alerts. They will appear underneath the top bar and inform you of a variety of matters that will eventually need your attention, sorted by their level of urgency. From most urgent red to less urgent green. Note that you will not get alerts related to the parts of the game you have automated. Most alerts have a related hint that helps you address it. You click on an alert to open the corresponding hint. So, intervene in rival war. Intervene in a war against one of our rivals. Morocco-Tlemcen War. Intervene against Morocco. Close to being the target of an international organization. We can be targeted in a jihad. Oh. Any religion belonging to Muslim religion group. As you do, yeah, correct, yeah. Yeah. Muslims don't like us for conquering Iberia, which is to be expected for Castille. Repairing slowly. It says, like, this makes it sound urgent, but it doesn't look like... I just like click this and then right click it to go away. Yeah, okay. I don't think I'm too worried about being targeted because I probably only have to worry about Morocco and Tlemcen, who are actively fighting each other, so it's fine. Probably fine. Ships are repairing slowly. Ships are repairing slowly due to the lack of goods in the following markets. Naval supplies. That's no good. Efficient minting. Our minting efficiency is only 50% due to the lack of access to needed goods. It is decreasing the amount of money we get from minting. Okay, so we probably need gold. Truces that are expiring. Portugal. Okay, that's... That's gonna... Still got a while. Underage heir. Our current heir is a mere child of 2. His Royal Highness cannot become ruler until he is an adult. Basically, don't die before then. That's whatever. Unprofitable buildings. Okay. Pops with needs. Pops are missing goods in some markets, which lowered their profit. Good demands. Okay. Buildings missing inputs. Economy crap. Country action is off cooldown. The ask for my country can be used again. Can use the following religious actions. Remove cardinal seat. Possible rivals. We can have 2 more countries as our rivals. That's probably very important because that's important for our current rival. 3, but what is my current? What? 4 enemies at war. Goes 1 out of 3 and 3 here, but I can't hover over them to see are. Already our rival. Okay, that's probably what this is. 4 enemies. Well, I am at war with Morocco and Tlemcen currently. Those 2 seem like obvious choices. Oh. Oh, I'm already rivals with Morocco. So Tlemcen, I guess? This. I've otherwise got positive opinions with Europe. It's at least until I get out. Leave that. Oh, yeah, okay, it is negatively impacting me not having a rival, I see, so... Guess Tunis. Yeah, sure. Diplomatic actions. We're currently at our maximum capacity of diplomats, which we can use in diplomat actions. Alliance to Portugal seems obvious. Offer alliance to Portugal. Both countries will be calling up. Yep. Work. Accepted. So Aragon. Probably be best if I allied with as well. Yeah. Prince Bishopric, Pandora, Hanseatic League. What? Hanseatic League? Where are you? Not like an organization of multiple countries? Okay. Other alerts, lack of a commander. Current research. This I'm probably gonna automate because this seems like a lot. Try and figure out right now. So handle research for now. Starting advice for Castille. Want to know how to start your country? We recommend you read the starting hint. I think I looked at that already. Yeah, build roads from our capital. Make in proximity down south. Subjugate Granada. And do the exploration. Our new mission tree. Missions are packages of individual tasks which are available to a country. So already got going for expansion. Late arrival, regional territory. Okay. Anything I can click on here? Maybe I can click on. Oh, I see. I select one of these two. Either humiliate arrival or expand. Attacking and expanding into Granada seems obvious. Sure. Oh. What has that done? Oh, so this like is a whole mission tree that I act. Raise a war chest. For the completion of his task, arrangement will be influenced by the following effects. I get like more tax. I start working on that. Raise an army. Task will take 0 days to complete. Have at least one of the. I do. Yep. Cassius Belli. Navy. Start this. Did this. I need to gain a Cassius Belli. Affected. Raise a navy. But I feel like I already bypassed because I raised an army. Oh, you only need to do one of these three. I see. Weird that I don't have to obtain a Cassius Belli, but history, I guess. It's not that important. You know, it's fine. We don't need a reason to attack people. Probably be back to that in a moment. We're gonna take a look at the agenda before starting your campaign. You will see historical context and adapt to the starting situation of your country. This. Castille's formed to the Union of. You know what? Before I read all this, I'm gonna take a quick break. So I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Here. I want to say this is... might not be what I read earlier. Crown of Castile is formed through the union of its two constituent parts, the Kingdom of Castile and the Kingdom of Leon. They were reunited after both titles were inherited by King Fernando III of the Saint de Borgia, Borgona, in 1230. A century later, King Alfonso XI, the Avenger de Borgona, rules without much opposition, having overcome a troubled start to his reign following the end of a long regency under his grandmother, Maria de Borgoña. After reigning in the nobility of the realm, led by his relative Juan Manuel de Villena, and having stabilized the governance of the country, King Alfonso XI is now turning his attention to the southern border. The Nasrid Emirate of Granada has menaced our country since the emirate became independent a century ago, backed by the powerful Marinid Sultanate of Morocco, which has a foothold on Iberia through a petty kingdom centered on Al-Ghazriya, Al-Qadra, and Runda. I know that Runda's the important part of that name. Anyway, held by Crown Prince Abd al-Wadid Abu Malik Marinid, son and heir of Sultan Abu al-Hassan al-Yaban Uthman Marinid. However, these are not the only troubles for King Alfonso XI, as his relationship with his beloved mistress Lenore de Guzman and his children by her have eroded the relationship with the king's actual wife, consort Maria de Borgona, daughter of the King Alfonso IV the Brave of de Borgona, with the latter living apart from the king. This rift in the royal family now leaves the looming question of just who will succeed him when he passes. Will King Alfonso XI and his successors be able to deal with these threats to the crown of Castile, both at home and abroad? Relevant hits. Starting advice for Castile. This is the same thing I read before. Pops demanding goods. Pops will try to recommended actions. Keep stability and legitimacy. State satisfying tide. Prevent rebellions. Expand your production of the demanded goods by building RGO buildings from the goods produced. Production manual. Panel. Import the goods from other markets. Letting trade capacity. Extra hints. Having unsatisfied pop demand is not necessarily worrying as long as pops are not rebelling, but it does provide an overview of the health of a market. Pop's demands are only one of the factors influencing pop satisfaction. Even if all their needs are satisfied, people could still rebel for other reasons. Okay. Lack of a commander. You just need a commander. Yeah, that's much what it did for building missing inputs. Okay. So if I go into here, market, trading. Where's ins? Goods production panel. Okay, it's under production, duh. So, what am I in need of? A lot of fruit. Seems like the most significant one is fruit. Fruit buildings in the Burgos market. RGO in the Burgos. In Burgos. Burgos. Yes. Oh, no. Whatever. Fruit. Oh. Okay, I expanded fruit in that market. That's what I wanted to do anyway. Pretty great. Increase the number of that is maximum RGO level. Well, I'm increasing the level. I see. Well, that is increasing the work because that's what they said before. So anything for sturdy grain? Got this? No. I don't want wheat. Here, sturdy grains. What's up there? Mass expand RGO. Do. Start expanding a bunch? Okay. Recommended ones, I assume that it was showing? Top neat. There we go, that's helpful. So, oh, come on. A little long. Wild game. Or all it. Like I'd have to if I want those ones because there isn't any making that here. Oh, okay. So I can build that in the city. Well, let's worry about building Mist Puts. More. Actually, no. Go to Burgos Market, but the yeah. Okay. Opni, yeah, okay. And down here as well, because yeah, and then also fine cloth. Burgos. You also need fine cloth. I think we need furniture and you do need a little bit of fine cloth. Also olive. Other carpenters get probably one heat. Did I spread them out? Oh. Matter where? Like the most profitable one would either like be in Valladolid, but that's just probably because it's the capital and there's might want to use that for I assume there's building slots, like I can't just build one of every single building in there. Might want to spread it out a little bit. Anyway. That's some of this. Now I need to go to Bola? Lisboa and Barcelona don't need as much, but that's probably because I hardly control any of either of those, I should say. They have any getting sturdy grain? Unless I... Oh wait, yeah, I was expanding those. Okay, never mind. Olive? You two. Which the outliner was not as big either, but... Oh well. That's fine. Afraid of no olives. Spots in Burgos? Throw a fine Collectors Guild here in the capital as well. We'll need it up here. Falls Jewel. Sure. Then... Market, yes, it's the similar stuff. Buildings. I assume that these kind of are correlated. Like the fact that buildings need these is also why pops need these. I would think. I built getting us this up here. Dia also needs a bunch of copper. Yes. What copper? Oh, it's not pop needs building need that needs copper, right? Copper. I have copper down here. Let's clay. Copper. Prove it. We'll see how that goes. General for the First Army. Oh, he can't be put in command because I put him in the cabinet. And put my king in charge. Probably not ideal, but I'm also not at war right now. It's probably not a big... At least right now. I think there's... I can go in here. Urge a new person. Yeah, enter the court. That requires... Oh, that spends legitimacy, though. Eh. Form new country. I can form Spain, but I'm gonna have to own... Every country in Iberia must be owned by a Christian country or one of our subjects. Well, I don't have to own all of Siberia. It's just that, basically, Morocco and Granada have to get out, more or less. Weird that I can form Spain, then, without having Aragon, but whatever. See, I haven't looked at raise war chests. Agenda before. Oh yeah, I did that. Raise war chest. This task will be completed on. Yeah, okay, that's just active. Thing need. Don't need to be doing as much. Making a lot more money now off of the taxes. I don't know what point this stops being an issue. I lowered it some. Hopefully that helps. Oh, there we go. That can be made thinner. I don't know what this is. I guess that's fine. News on here. You can see what's happening. You can also customize it. How about? Yeah, hide that. I don't want that. Locations. I don't actually need Toledo in here. Like you can empty Navy, and this is, I assume, oh, Catholic Church International Organization. Members, a lot. Markets. I'm gonna move on from in the tutorial and get this damn alerts thing off. I recommend you take a look at the agenda at the beginning of every game, where you'll find a little bit of historical context for your country and a collection of those hints that relevant. I already did that, but fine. Give me that back. There's the agenda. Hooray. We're now at the end of the basic walkthrough. You can now proceed by embarking on a specific walkthrough of your choosing. Depending on your choice, you will receive a brief explanation that will expand your knowledge on that part of the game. After that, you will be presented with different mission paths, which will offer you different goals and rewards to guide you through the initial steps of EU5. Good luck, may your nation prosper through the tides of time. Continue. Open the government panel, open the missions tab, click on mission focus. Already did this. Start the expansion walkthrough. Expansion. Okay. Take a look at the expansion walkthrough to start off. Let's take a look at the military panel. That seems important. In here, you will see an overview for armies in the event of a war. In the event of a war, armies can be moved across the map to engage enemy armies and occupy enemy locations. Armies are composed of regiments of 3 different types. Levies are raised from your population through your estates and are generally weak but cheap to maintain. Regulars are professional soldiers that you need to pay and train and require manpower. Mercenaries can be hired with ducats to die for your country, so long as you keep paying. Part of a game, most countries will primarily rely on levies from their estates to wage their wars, but as time progresses and advances are made, there will be professional regiments which require manpower. Navies are the naval equivalent to armies and follow a similar pattern with naval levies and professional ships requiring sailors. Take a moment to talk about manpower. As we mentioned, regular regiments require manpower to be recruited, but also be reinforced if they ever suffer casualties. Manpower comes from military buildings that employ soldier pops. And you can generate manpower by constructing a sergeantry building through the production panel, but you will gain access to more sources as you discover advances. Or typo. Learn more about manpower in the manpower hint. But I'm gonna have to stop reading everything because it's starting to actually hurt my throat. A lot of reading. So basically I need to build some sergeantries. Probably in big cities. Now that we've covered armies and navies. War starts when your country issues a declaration of war. Another one. War can be declared for a legitimate reason known as the casus belli, which will make peace negotiations easier for you. War without one is possible, but will have a bigger impact on your ability and the opinion of your neighbors. The best way to obtain a casus belli is requesting one from your parliament through the government panel. Spy networks in a foreign country will also allow you to fabricate one if you have cores in their land or if you are rivals. But wars are still a thing. Every war is won through the accumulation of war score, gained by winning battles, managing to occupy territory basically, and most importantly by achieving the war goal. Every war is fought with a war goal, which depends on the casus belli of the attacker. War has two war leaders, both of which can have multiple war allies. Ultimately, a war will end when both sides agree to a peace treaty. While you can occupy enemy territories during the course of a war, they will not actually change hands until the war is over and a peace ratified this transfer of ownership. About war, battles, and occupation in the respective hands. Bad. Similar to all that war, you will accumulate war exhaustion. High enough, your armies and levy person back. Population will start to decline. Okay. Best way to lower your war exhaustion is to be at peace. That said, there are certain laws in a state villages that will reduce war exhaustion over time. The new land you conquer will not be immediately. Remember, you need to control. Yep. Land will suffer heavy penalties. Create it with a cabinet act. Reasons it is often wise to create a subject in new conquered land on behalf. Yeah. Lastly, we should take a look at the geopolitics panel for some words on another feature that might become relevant later in future ages: exploration and colonization. Eventually, during the Age of Discovery, many countries will start their exploration efforts. And you can see an overview of exploration opportunities as well as any suitable land for colonization, provided you have the means to reach it. Gain colonial range if you research the appropriate advances. The other tab of this also contain use. The other tabs of this panel also contain information about the land you rule, view the various provinces within your country as well as the diseases present in the world. If you go on any coastal location, you will see a list of sea zones relevant to you in the maritime presence. In the maritime presence you have in them, and the dangers of pirates and privateers. Lastly, let us check out missions. Oh, yep. Walk through as well. Oh wait, so go through. Oh wait, no, don't. I go into politics. Cancel my expansion stuff. It doesn't look like it looks like I can have one of each going. Starting now, politics walkthrough. We will delve a bit deeper into the complexities of your society, your government, and your foreign policy. Start with the foundations of any country, the population. Already had a glimpse of the pop living in your capital during this introduction. Now we're going to dive deep into the society pan. Ops tab. Wait, no, go. In this panel, you can view and access the more people-oriented aspects of your country. The population entry in the top bar shows people currently live in your country. Basically, 5.5 million. As well as how much that value fluctuates month over month. Growth rate of 1,500 people a month. Population is divided into pops. Groups of people of the same culture, religion, and social class living in the same location. Every social class support one specific estate. On top of that, pops have a level of literacy, a level of satisfaction, both food and pop needs that they will demand from the market. Satisfaction of your pops depend on various factors, like how well regarded their culture and religion are within your country. Also on the estate satisfaction of their respective estates. When the satisfaction of a pop drops too low, seek to support a rebellion. Mentioned every pop belongs to a specific culture. Let us check that out in the culture tab. Typically, your country will be home to several cultures. Every country has a primary culture, with all other cultures possessing a different cultural status. Pops belonging to a culture with low cultural status will generally have much lower pop satisfaction, and will contribute fewer levies and increase the cultural status of cultures within your realm by allocating cultural capacity. Lastly, pops in your country will assimilate to your primary culture based on different factors, the most important of which being the difference between cultural influence of your primary culture and the cultural tradition of theirs. Primarily Castilian. Also, predominantly much people are. A lot of Leon culture. Oh, okay. Okay. One of the most important tools at your disposal is to One of the most important tools at your disposal to increase the cultural influence of your primary culture are works of art. Check out the Works of Art tab next. Over to the highlighted subtab. Works of art are artifacts created by artists in your country. For instance, a painter might produce a painting, a writer might create a novel. When a work of art is created, the amount of cultural influence will be granted your an amount of cultural influence will be granted your primary culture. Once created, it will continue to provide you with benefits to the cultural tradition of your primary culture, as well as monthly bonus to your prestige based on its art quality. Prestige is another one of the stats you can track in the top bar, and provides a measure of your country's cultural presence on the world stage. Among other things, a high level of prestige will help you with diplomacy and integration. Culture, the other defining trait of the pops, is the religion. In this tab, you can view your primary religion as well as other religions present in your country. You can spend a religious influence to interact with your religion in a variety of ways depending on the specific faith of your country. Similar to culture, all religions in a country also have an associated religious status. So, religion breakdown. There's a tiny bit of Judaism still remaining. Not a lot, though. Judaism. No saints. Fortunate. Let us take a peek at characters next. Head over to the characters tab. Character sub. In the course of your game, you'll need to interact with a number of different characters, individuals of prominence whom you can employ for various roles. In this tab, you can see a list of characters present in your court in their current role. Characters have abilities that will determine their efficiency of performing the different roles: administrative, diplomatic, military. On top of the base 3 abilities, characters may develop specific traits that make them better at specific tasks. Characters also belong to a state. Some will belong to a renowned dynasty. I assume my king does? Oh. Doesn't show it. Oh wait, right. Castille. Yeah, dynasty. County of Emote. Where is this? Huh. Okay. We've already seen the use of artists in your court, but your most important character by far will be your ruler. Let us visit the government panel again in order to glance into the noble art of governance. This is your ruler, your most important character. Abilities of your ruler will have a significant impact on your country. You can check their effects by hovering over them. Traits. Ability. Oh, these are the abilities. Okay. That's the 3 power types from 4. Over you can also see your consort, your heir, regent, have any of those roll. Cabinet, consists of several cabinet seats, which can be filled by characters who will serve as cabinet members. You can task your cabinet members with a variety of cabinet actions, such as increase province control or develop province. Cabinet actions rely on one of three abilities. The abilities in the cabinet member assigned to carry out the action will influence the impact of the action. For instance, an action like change societal value will progress faster if the diplomatic ability of the cabinet member assigned to it is high. The overall cabinet efficiency of your country will also affect the speed and efficiency of the action. Learn more about it in the cabinet hint thing. Every country is different in Europa Universalis 5. The nature of your country politics will depend first and foremost on your government type. As a monarchy, the functioning of your country already differs from some of your neighbors in a very key aspect. On top of that, the nature and political structure of any country is highly dependent on the setup of its governmental reforms, privileges, and laws. Modifying any of those three usually comes with great stability costs. Let's see where they are, starting with the already familiar Estates sub-tab. Government reforms are one of the most defining features of your country. They often are very impactful effects, so setting them up should be one of the very first things you do when starting a new game. Oh. Is in 4, yeah. Discussed privileges when we talked about estates. On top of their effects on estate satisfaction and estate power, privileges can also have very fundamental consequences on how your country is played, often enabling new possibilities or putting limits to your freedom of action. Lastly, every country starts with a different set of laws. Move over to the laws sub-tab in the country tab. For the reforms, dual nobility, Crown of Castille. Maximum number. I could change the government reform, it would cost a lot of stability, and I cannot remove the Crown of Castile reform because I am the Crown of Castile. Laws exist in several categories and allow you to modify your country. Every law contains a number of possible policies to choose from. For instance, you might choose to have no censorship as the active policy for the censorship law. This will have a variety of effects, some negative and some positive. How fast you can change a policy depends on your legislative efficiency. Laws can be changed at any time, or cost in both ducats and stability, but it's usually wiser to wait for Parliament session. Just laws. Laws. Administrative laws. Economic laws. State law. Okay. Now you can enact government reforms, laws, and privileges in your country at will, as long as you can assume the stability cost. Some things do not change overnight, and societies are insidiously slow to adapt to new legislation. To represent the more structural idiosyncrasies of your country and people, we have the societal values. Let us take a look at them. The societal values of a country represent the deeper customs of its population, the secular inertia of its institutions, and their imprint on the character of their inhabitants. They change slowly over time, adapting to the nature of the laws. Forms, privileges, and laws, and specific actions you take during your ruling will cause the different societal values to slowly drift towards a target value. Crown power. Leveraging the power of the crown against the other estates is one of the cornerstones of ruling in EU5. Crown power depends mainly on the average control of all your locations, and it is reduced by the privileges of your estates. Any of the government reforms, laws, and societal values affect it as well. Keeping crown power high is extremely important. Not only does it increase cabinet efficiency, your own support during parliament, but it also determines the percentage of trade income that flows directly into your treasury. Okay. So, More control increases our crown power. Privileges decrease them. Laws, reforms, and societal values affect it. Crown power lets us improve trade income, cabinet, and our parliament. Not all politics happen inside our realm. Let us cover the diplomacy next. Well, no matter how powerful you grow, actually, did I read? No, go back. No matter how powerful you grow, you will need to engage in diplomacy if you want to survive through the ages, as you will need to sign alliances to protect against your enemies or negotiate for peace after a long war. Two important things to consider here: to spend diplomats to reform diplomatic action with another country. Other countries, like nations, fabricate spy networks or declare war. You can see your current diplomats at the top bar. Having diplomatic treaties with other countries like an alliance or subject will take up an amount of diplomatic capacity. You can increase your available diplomatic capacity by spending ducats from the budget panel. Current Relations subtab contains information about all the treaties you have signed with other countries, as well as the international organizations you belong to. If you have subjects, you'll be able to manage them from this. So we are in the Catholic Church. Alliance with Aragon and Portugal. Truce with Portugal. Enemies with Morocco. Tlemcen, Granada. And they also all... I declared Tunis, not Granada. Granada views me as a rival. I view Tunis as a rival. Okay. Subject. Custom subject. God. Next, let us check out the countries known to you. From the sub-tab, you can see all the countries you have discovered. By default, it will be filtered so you can only see countries within your diplomatic range. This is also a good place to view great power score. Great power score is among the highest in the world. You consider great power, which will allow you to exert more influence over your neighbors. Let us check out the international organizations. From here, you can view all the international organizations in the world. Among them are organizations like the Holy Roman Empire and the Catholic Church, or personal unions. Actions are available to you within the international organization. It depends on the organization itself, as well as any special status you may hold within it. I want to be in the road. The Church. The most of Europe. Holy Roman Empire. Ilkhan. Anan. Carter Yoke. High King. Not that is. Wolves are a group of Italian states who aligned themselves with the interests of the Papal State. Ghibellines? Yes, Italians that don't align them interests with the Holy Roman Empire. Okay. Lordship of Ireland. Wait. High Kingship of Ireland. Lordship of Ireland. It will elect itself in the highest support of the High King, great overlord of the Celtic people. Lordship of English rule. Oh, okay. Federation. Marriage union. Personal union. Interesting, interesting. Huh. Bring you back up here. Let us take a moment to talk about foreign countries. Go ahead and click on the country in the map to open the panel. Aragon. From here you can see an overview of a foreign country, including its ruler. The Diplomacy tab resembles the current relations section we discussed earlier and shows things like allies, rivals, and subjects. For now, let us take a look at the highlighted Diplomacy card, which holds buttons for quick access to common diplomatic actions such as improving opinion or currying favor. In addition to the common diplomatic actions accessible through the Diplomacy card, you can also click the name of the country to go to the Actions tab of the Diplomacy panel with the specific country you're currently viewing already pre-selected. All these are like various things. Looks pretty similar to 4. From the Diplomatics Action tab, we can take a variety of different diplomatic actions. Since we navigated here by selecting a country on the map, that specific country is already pre-selected as the target for the action. There are many different diplomatic actions you can take, some of which are only applicable in certain circumstances. If you want to deal with other countries peacefully, there are 3 things you be concerned about: opinion, trust, and favor. For now, let us try using the Improve Relations action. Selected Aragon, good thing, because I'm fine with improving relations with button for the... Where is it? Oh, right here. Oh, I literally can't because it's... Time needs to progress. Okay. So when? May 31st. Yep. Out missions. The governmental missions. Here. Missions are accessible to you. We recommend you go through them in order to solidify and expand what you've just learned. But remember, you can start one of the other walkthroughs. Yep. Learning walk. Oh. Or capable cabinet. Create a cabinet. You did that already. Government reforms. Less than 1 open slot for government reforms. Yeah. Did that. Meritocratic approach. Did Royal authority. Greater or equal to 8.49 legitimacy. That's very specific, but sure. Slowly heading towards that. My cabinet member is ahead of its cabinet. Okay. So if I... Free cabinet. Voting them to a head loses a little bit of legitimacy. Purpose does that serve? Do it because it wants me to do it. Okay. Increase cabinet efficiency. Pressing towards the completion of this task, our nation will be influenced by the following effect. Okay. Oh. So can I really only have one mission tree going, even if between the three? Would I just cancel all my progress on expansion? Darn. I don't like that. But it's fine, this is nearly done anyway. Learn. I already did that. Start the economy walkthrough. In the economy walkthrough, we're going to dive a little deeper in the economy. Here you can see a list of markets where your country is present on the map. On the map, you can see all the markets in the known world. Every location belongs to a market where they sell the goods they produce, buy goods they need. Many things in the game require goods. Pops need goods to live. Constructions need goods to progress. Buildings need goods to function. Armies need goods to fight. For instance, you can see on the map that your capital, Valladolid, belongs to the Burgos market. So anything you build in there will use goods from that market. Production of all locations is sold every month to the stockpile of the market, providing them with a tax. Firstly, all more locations try to get the goods they need for their market by order of their market access. The difference between the supply and the demand of a good in a market will influence its market price. Note that markets transcend country borders. Production of your location always goes directly to their respective markets, so foreign locations in the same market might be buying those goods before your own location, if they have higher market access. Market access of a location depends on its distance from the market center. Like proximity, you can improve it with roads. Locations will generally tend to belong to the closest market, that is, the one where they have the higher market access. Learn about markets and market hint. While markets are never completely isolated from each other, the moving of goods between two markets is called trade. Countries can move goods between markets by using their trade capacity, creating a profit or a loss in the process. On top of that, burghers living in a market will conduct trade of their own. Default trade is automated in all markets, which means any trade capacity you possess in that market will be used up automatically on the best deals available. We recommend you leave all trade automated until you have more experience with the game. Fair, yep. Finally, pops also produce and consume food. Food is produced mainly by the laborers working in the RGO with food raw materials like wheat. Although peasants working on subsistence agriculture also contribute a small amount. Every market has a food stockpile, which increases or decreases monthly. If a market runs out of food, the population will suffer starvation. See the food balance of a market in the market card. Interesting, so Algeria down here is very low on food. The up here are very high on it. Let's continue by exploring goods. You can see all the goods in a specific market. Pop needs filters already applied. You are currently seeing the market balance of all the goods your pops need. Not what's applied, it's relevant goods. You can increase the supply of any given good in a market in 3 ways: expanding RGO, constructing buildings, or importing via trade. RGO can be expanded to produce raw goods if you own an appropriate location. Some of them can also produce raw goods. Buildings excel at refining raw goods into produced goods. Always import the goods you need from other markets if you have the trade capacity available. Let us finally talk about buildings. Like RGO, all buildings need some input goods to function, only produce goods, and therefore tax base. Some only produce goods and therefore tax base. Other buildings have different purposes, such as providing manpower, enabling the recruitment of regulars, improving your crown power, or increasing the control of their location. Buildings, just like RGO, have a construction cost and take some measure of in-game time to build. Once built, every building requires access to input goods from their market in order to function properly. Okay. Buildings missing employee. Or, okay. Government tabs, that looks like that's the... Okay. Seems to be pretty much all the tutorial, it looks like. Got stuff building to hopefully satisfy these demands. I don't actually know how much it's gonna make. Do more? That's about. Also the military buildings, but I used up a lot of my money so far. I don't know. Where is 6 diseases? No diseases. Congratulations, world. Provinces. And what are the other? COVID 1337? No, not likely. Plague might become I'm actually... Oh, is the plague in the 1200s, though? I don't remember when the plague exactly was. We might be past that. But I'm sure there will be disease stuff, and it's probably much more relevant for the people over here. Uh-huh. Oh, wait, like... Area. Oh, this is like larger, regional... Okay. Anything else interesting? Like, oh, region, Iberia, France. Eh. Subcon. Eastern Europe, Eastern Europe. Continents is Europe, Africa. Yeah, that's like climate. Sure. Oh, earthquake. Okay. So, areas where, gonna happen is gonna be like, well, it's all earthquake zone. Okay. Thoughts. There are no risk for earth or volcanoes here. Oh, those are just capitals? Yeah, those are just cap. Current weather. Sunny. Right? Huh. Hmm. Big fortification. I got forts all over. There's a lot more forts than 4. Makes war sound a lot more time consuming, but fine, I'm sure. I think something that'd be interesting to do. I have a decent amount of mountains. Like if I go in here, like there's the impassable stuff. Weird color in this map mode. Just a minute. No, come back here. Where is topography? Like we could build forts to kind of use the mountains as natural walls. We're kind of in a little basin and protect our capital if we wanted. Or block off France, but that kind of requires take control over Aragon and Navarre. Right. There's almost stuff here, but like we're gonna probably conquer this quickly anyway, so I don't know how useful that would be. Else, let me see. Opinion, basically, but this is opinion. Great powers, France. Duchy of Upper Bavaria. Mamluk Sultanate. Sultan of Delhi. And I don't know of the others. Okay. Power project. antagonism. The number. Oh, is it? Nope, it's not. Gosh, I don't know what the number is. Oh, it's our army size. Okay. That's why I don't, because I don't know what the army size of everyone is. That's why these are all blank. Victory card. Oh. Well, that's about. Southern France is upset. Wales. And Ireland. That's not too surprising. Well, the Golden Horde is also not happy. When isn't France upset? I mean, yeah, that's fair. No, go back to the map doing that. I wish this tab would just stay up. Station. Curious what this means. Oh, it's migration. Okay. People are migrating towards the urban area. That makes sense. There's just a straight up migration like map. Oh, this is like attraction. Okay. Those. Nobles. Clerics, burghers, laborers, soldiers, peasants, tribesmen, slaves. Okay. Economy. Wait, that's how I get the legend up. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Go back to here. Back to Toledo. Not Toledo, Valladolid. I'm gonna keep thinking Toledo is my capital. It is not. It's Valladolid. Then where's Rhodes? Ohio. And no, not quite. What is this? Open legend, close. It won't tell me what these colors mean. Why? Why will you not tell me color? I wish to know what they mean. Well, damn it. Proximity. Stop closing that on me. Great. What that's about. Market languages? Interesting. Oh, and these starred ones are ones that are appearing down here. Like, so I could like change what the, if I want something more often rather than digging through these different or tabs. Back, I was looking at that still. Based country, top based. Oh wait, what? A building base. Hanseatic League. Okay. Based country? There are seemingly none in Europe. Well, yeah, yes there are. Oh, the Northern Tribal groups. Thing, okay. Army-based countries, the Golden Horde. Oh yeah, these are more remnants of the Mongolian Empire. Monarchy. Except all these ones that are like, are. Oh, the Byzantine technically are an empire, yeah. Language. There's a lot less Latin than I expected at this point in time. Oh, it's all chord. Okay. Everyone's relatively stable except the Byzantine. Okay, back to default. I think I've looked at about just everything I can within reasonability of my knowledge of what to do and how to play the game, so suppose we let it play? Yeah, sure. Play and see what happens. Our Hundreds-Year War. I think it is paused. In the year 1337, tensions between the Kingdom of England and Kingdom of France have reached a breaking point. The long-standing disputes over territory and claims to the French throne have erupted into open hostilities, marking the beginning of the Hundred Years' War. Both nations are now preparing for a protracted conflict that will shape the destiny of Western Europe. The world watches as these two great powers prepare for their inevitable clash on the battlefield. Hundred Years' War was long. Conflict between England and France lasted from 1337 to 1453. Yep. Okay, that's historical background. Will hopefully be over quickly. Well, Hundred-Year War situation has started. We may side with either the Kingdom of France or Kingdom of England or remain neutral. I frankly don't see how it has anything to do with us, so it will probably be neutrality. Maybe ideally we're more friendly with France because they're right on our border. Not be the worst option. But we'll see. There's also the argument that England being more naval dominant will be more relevant to us. I don't know. I should probably pause and see what these pop-ups are. And this alliance against a lot more siding with France. Well, if I have a particular jump on either band. Okay. Increase in commons. Across our country, an increase in the formation of commons. Shared land between the has been noted. Of course, the Burgesia claim that the commons are an outdated method, one less productive than their conversation closures. Vehemently oppose the idea, citing age rights and the importance of commons to their livelihood. The decision now falls upon the state Uphold tradition and allow the commons to flourish, or do we path forward in the modernization of our agricultural framework? Uphold the ability towards traditional economy, favor enclosures, cultural boom, capital. Like what the values. This gains towards traditional economy. We are really in. Economy is dominant. It scales up to more expensive, but raw material output. Station capacity is high. Food production is higher. Sense. Further push to traditional economy. Grant of production. But I need to read that. Means of production. State privilege. Efficiency. 0. Oh, to further push to traditional economy. Grant means of production. I see. Be bankrupt. Okay. Capital economy. Capital economy is dominant. Scale buildings. Lower food production. Bank interest. More production efficiency. Fall. That's probably not a bad thing to move towards. Kind of considering history. Clicking on purchase. Oh. I guess our stability's A. Oh, interesting. So these guys, I'm also seeing now, they have aims. Wonder if I, like, fulfilled those, they'd be happy. We'll uphold it for now. I don't know. Pause this. Intervene in rival war. I don't know if there's really any purpose to me intervening. We're all still the same. Children can have a better education. One or more children of our dynasty are following balanced education. We can change it to focus more on one skill. Yes, yeah, fundamentally this is better because there's a higher chance of getting skills or ability increases doing it this way. Expensive education. I can either focus him on one and get the benefit, or not focus him on a particular one and get the overall benefit. Oddly, but it costs more. Go with administrative. That makes the most sense to me. Administrative ability was also always important in 4, so I don't know if that's still true, but we'll see. It probably is. Lack of commander, yeah, I know. A good commander guy on my cabinet. Probably should have known better than to do that. RGOs missing employees. Some of our RGOs lack employees. So they're filled before building more in that location. They're good. That didn't take them long. Story for the Castille. Scholars have discovered ancient documents tracing the heritage of the Castille dynasty back to Julius Caesar himself. This must be used to our advantage. I think that's straight up an event from 4, but okay. Publish the knowledge abroad. We gain prestige. Or we gain legitimacy. We did have to actively move towards legitimacy, but that was before I actually know. Is that still the current thing? Yeah, we need legitimacy to progress this. I'll probably take that. Prestige is... Where's our prestige? 20. I'm taking the legitimacy. Prestige is kind of low, but it's... Hope that disappeared quickly. That was. Increased cabinet efficiency, cool. And oh, good God. Okay, that's for the 100 Years' War to end. That's a lot of stuff that's not relevant to me. Hint. 100 Years' War plunges Western Europe in turmoil. This period will test alliances and new powers will certainly emerge from the rebels. Both France and England have access to request war entry, sign a truce and request papal delegates. These are unique ways to manipulate the status quo of the conflict or tilt it in their favor. As a participant in the conflict, we may be able to gain land or powerful alliances. Ooh. Okay. Recommended actions as subject of France. Wise to secure demand autonomy from the Kingdom of France. Each Hanage may demand a certain degree of autonomy and greatly benefit by leveraging its importance as a defender of the French crown. Well, I'm not a subject of France, so I don't really care about that. But I like the idea of gaining land. Like if I side with England and I get to fight France, do I actually get to like kind of move into here? That could be interesting. Though I kind of have Navarre and Aragon. I wish I could map things by these alliances. I hover over, tell me anything. Or no, like map mode for the situation. Darn. Goes England and France. That's not very helpful. Maybe if I go into diplomacy, military, geopolitics. Oh, where's alliances? Game. Would think alliances would either be under diplomacy or geopolitics. Oh, that didn't do anything? Okay, whatever. I guess... keep ignoring it. Torum spreads heresy. Norman Mercia has made a crucial mistake in the copying of religious texts, implying an interpretation most heretical. These texts could destabilize the trust of our people in the true faith. Stop the spread at any cost. Self out. I want to lose religious influence or stability. Actively, like, stability. I want to lose. I guess I don't really have any. Yeah, stop it. Actively trying to convert anything. A religious influence. If I go into here, religion. Not that. I guess this guy has decent military ability. Curry favor with not curry favor, improved opinion. Or like right here, yeah. That's tiny. Don't think I opinion with goal. I see. Doing things like improving opinion is just like reducing my gain of diplomats, whereas like big things like alliances just take one off of it. So that might have also actually. And character to Russian Crusade. Oh, I'm good. Form new defensive league. Ashes. And war. Good. On creating a Cassius Belli against Granada. Piracy war. Just can't even do any of these. Too many cowards. Our increasing focus on offensive doctrine has made it harder to find brave peasants to fill the ranks. Ridiculous complaints about being cannon fodder are frequently spouted to our recruitment officers. Fools are missing out on glory. We lose manpower and army tradition. Darn. Hope I... Pause, please. Thank you. Organized religion, advanced research, possible clerics in towns and cities, max literacy for clergy. A new son. On to Borgona. Good for him. I don't know if this is an issue or not, really. Making a lot of money. 30 per month, and now I'm not for some reason. Hasn't really rebalanced itself. I don't know what that's about. This is affecting... Yeah, mess with that. If I wanted to build road, I need a lot more money. They were expensive. All. I feel like showing the road. Oh, road. Get the... Oh, wait, roads in... Okay. Get to... Oh... Hmm. Proximity a little bit. Very expensive to do. How much money I'm making. Border friction. Everyone's happy that we've allied ourselves with the Crown of Aragon. An influential faction of our Recambria has been pushing for an end to the alliance, focusing on the province of Albacete, held by Aragon, but many view as rightfully ours. They've been able to stir up widespread outrage at the situation. Policy changes in order. Our alliance. Positive spin on things. Lose prestige or claim. Already kind of have low prestige, but... okay. Significantly improves. Probably, yeah, this. Still filling those. Burgesa of Zamora. Burgesa of Zamora, an increasingly important trading town, approached the king today, asking to be granted greater powers in order to make the region thrive without the hindrance of many of our normal tax. Could we provide them with these means to grow? They assure us that the economy of the area would quickly improve, resulting in more wealth for the state. Yeah, I see zero reason to deny that. Done. Oh, it's keeps fortification neglected. Our policy in favoring the offensive our policy of favoring the offensive attitude is leading to our fortifications being. I think fort in disrepair, but probably fine. Possible. We can now call in our estates to the Cortes, resolve any parliament they may have, while also giving opportunities to create a casus belli, raise taxes, gain larger army levies. Okay. Whoa. Select parliament location. In the cap. Is the chance to get over here? Assuming that. Oh. Ability one. Right, that's the... Yes. Uh... Seems fine. Life in Valladolid. As representatives of the area that are sometimes quite distant from Valladolid, many Cortez members often find that life in Valladolid during their visits is very different from what they're used to. Some find it both cramped and filthy. Many seem quite relieved when they get to return home. This year has proven even harder than usual for the delicate sensibilities of our Cortez members to endure. The hot months have been usually hot, the wet months unusually wet, and the cold months unusually cold. A number of Cortez members have now decided that they haven't had enough and have approached us asking for help to make their stays more pleasant. Oh, so this that what we can, rest of us. Or lose a bunch of money. I'm gonna take the support cost, but because I can afford it. Automate. I might. Very close to the legitimacy need. Ability. We're not too far off from either. Okay, not bad, not bad. Also going to go in here. Raise the music volume back up a little bit. 'Cause I think now that we're not on the main menu, it's not like stupidly low or stupidly loud, and you can actually hear me over it. The menu is just, yeah, I'm just not gonna be able to talk on that menu, which is fine. I'll probably start most streams in game from here, so. Burguesa of Salamanca. Cortez members of Salamanca hold an influential position within the Cortez as they represent one of our economic centers. Their wealth holds much sway in the Cortez, but fortunately for us, the proposition being discussed will benefit them if it passes. So their money is being spent buying support instead of obstructing it. Cool. Just free support. Except for the support that I lost earlier. I think that's about to end. Yep. Fast expand gravel road. We're moving towards centralization. Advanced for guilds research. Now roads should be like cheaper. Like if I wanted to. That's significantly cheaper because it was like 500 before. Still not making much money to work with. Try automating. See what that does. Again, I don't know if I understand it well enough to be trying to micromanage it yet. Exceptional year. Last year has seen a fine harvest, an excellent environment for traders and entrepreneurs. This has proven a blessing for our tax base, generating higher income for our crown. Crown, more stability, take advantage of the benefits all at once. We get a bunch of money. Invest for the future. Money's tempting. These roads. If I can get to where I'm getting like the tax base from out here, I'd be making a lot more money and be doing things better. Well, the stability is the mission that I'm about to have to do. Probably take the stability. That's just when I get to that. That's done. Okay. Yeah. Task was filled. Higher of Castille. Gained high era. Maximum tax. Monthly prosperity. Good. Go back to my expansion one. Okay, so I still have to get a Cassius Belli. Looks of it. Army and Navy are mutually exclusive, but this one's still required. It's kind of visualized a little weird here. That's fine. Okay. The Cassius Belli invade Portugal instead. I'm allied with Portugal, so no. I would like to actually control Spain. That'll be fine. New outbreak. People of Sevilla despair as their families and neighbors succumb to the relentless outbreak of the measles, currently spreading throughout the area. Neighborhoods once bustling with activity now echo with worry and uncertainty. Unfortunately, there is little we can do to stop the spread of the disease into our territory. That's not good. Does that show up? Like in this? Where's that? These. Alberta 2025. Yeah, so there's measles. These resistances and location. Great pestilence, influenza, bubonic plague, measles, smallpox, typhus. They're only 35% resistance. That's not great, but you know, surely it will not spread too bad. He's affecting our country. I don't build disease resistant building. War loans. As preparations for a major military campaign intensify, the estates see an opportunity to profit from the royal need for a well-stocked war chest. Leading financiers within our crown have approached the court with an enticing proposal, a substantial loan at competitive rates, aimed at funding the ongoing war effort. However, accepting their offer could strengthen their influence, potentially shift the balance of power among the estates. For a better deal, we take a loan, 3% interest. The loan will be of a larger amount and an even lower interest rate due to the negotiations. Sign the loan. Or this. I'll take a good loan because I'm got good negotiation skills. Sure, just a minute. War efforts. Okay, let's put those towards road. Road help war, probably. This. That's a start. And my income is improving, I'm assuming, because I've automated a few things that I'm not doing too hot on. Not understanding fully well enough to be messing with on my own. These are also slowly being dealt with. It's like, still need a lot of sturdy grains and fruit. We have the claim, throne Cassius Belli on Portugal. That's not the goal. Like, that's not what we're going for. We have a Cassius Belli. No, that's not what we wanted. We want a Cassius Belli against Granada, not Portugal. Oh, Morocco just took a chunk of Granada. And Tlemcen. That's probably not good. Morocco is consolidating power. Purchasing food, that's... Conservative backlash, that's... Our Claricia do not feel the Crown of Castile is properly sticking to the principles of divine supremacy. We have heard them condemning the government. Idle talk from restless souls. Distance must be dealt with. Ability or lose legitimacy. I have a lot of legitimacy, so it's probably what I'll take. Gain societal value towards innovative versus traditionalist, that's fine. Pressed Cassius Belli. I would much prefer Cassius Belli against Castile. Oh, no. For action. The name of this song? I don't know, Bree. First time I'm probably hearing it. I don't even know where I would see that in game. Europedia. Oh, this is like... Diplomacy. Cassius Belli. Nada. Get general. Okay, yeah. Do we want to fabricate? Belli. Wish to build a spy network? Yeah. That. Oh, and my other child can have a better education. One has gained a gregarious trait. Dramatic ability increased during education. Okay. I guess go for diplomat. Or get more abilities, kid. Oh, my income's up because of this. Probably, to some degree. Oh, stop being paused. That is now gone, so I wonder how much. Dropped, like, yeah, by 10%, which was 0.7. Wayward weather. Weather systems are currently affecting our country. Cyclone. Very in trouble. Monastery inhabited by our monks has fallen on hard times due to a lack of both funding and new followers. The monastery has declined into a sad state of its former self. The monks are now begging us for help in the form of generous donation, without which they will be unable to support the local population as they have in the past. Money, not our problem. I will donate. Still roll and where am I on? Doing some development. Really, we want to get to like down. Seemingly the very wealthy southern area still. Age of Renaissance. The dawning of the age of Renaissance, a new era of knowledge, arts, and progress is emerging due to growing interactions and institutions in the medieval societies affected by Pax Mongolica, the Islamic Golden Age, and the European Renaissance. Creative focus. Focus. We're over the. Yeah, I see. Military. Take administrative focus because religious war might be useful for me expanding into Islamic territory. Rex is faded. Back in equilibrium. Yeah, that sure. Ew. Institutions appeared in Genova. Banking. Okay. How do Cardinals and the Curie have become to include. De Buen Emote. One of our priests has studied the subject of love and the differences between what he calls good and foolish love intensely. Juan Ruiz has now published a revised collection of his material. The manuscript contains an autobiography of the author, moral lessons in the form of fables, tales of love affairs, and erotical accounts of medieval deeds. That's yeah, that's a work of art. Dismiss him. I will take the work of art. That's like a guy who could be work now. We've now researched clearing of terrain, which gives us the following benefits: maximum RGO size and rural. Okay, cool. Ooh. Action. Maximum. Going here. Reformation of the Navy. Plans are currently being made for a minor reform of our Navy. New tactics, weapons, and commands are some of the areas being discussed to improve our combat efficiency. Our existing more of a naval folk. Build before country. When aristocrats warned us of the secret societies that had supposedly infiltrated Castilian politics, we chose not to listen. They predicted that we might very well pay with our lives, then this conspiracy turned against us. Nothing quite so dramatic has happened, but one of our close advisors has made some very dubious decisions lately and eventually admitted these were services to a secret society that he was indeed part of. Other politicians are up in arms about this, and there's no avoiding a scandal at this stage. This guy? Yeah. For disloyalty to Castile must be punished. He dies. Lose a bunch of prestige. Is one, yeah, very low, which sucks. Try to defuse the situation, we lose stability. Losing the sad news, he's died. Rip. About eligible character. Ooh. I figured the one artist got. Oh yeah, there are. Oh. Cabinet. Very good at. But this is an administrative task. On which he's very bad at. On relation. And late pop-ups. One of these I'd even want. Centralization, I guess. Yeah, centralization. Move us towards centralization. You stop developing Valladolid and instead do the province control. Really, guys. Seville, probably the most. Province station average. Work towards that. Fusion appeared in Milano. Renaissance. Okay. Things are missing input goods from the following markets. Not what I'm reading. Institution appeared in Genova, professional armies. And two of them. Two institutions appeared in Genova. Something. What is this? A market need. The game figures that out because I have goods automated. Corrupt taxmen. Those who handle large sums of money have always been tempted to claim more than their fair share of it, and tax collectors are no exception. However, while we can afford some money being lost along the way, affluent citizens have recently found that they can avoid some taxes altogether by paying large bribes to taxmen instead. Currently, the scheme seems to be supported by some of the older collectors who are trying to retire comfortably. While tactically allowing this practice is costly, we might be able to avoid spending the time and effort on a detailed investigation instead of just wait it out. Investigate and replace the corrupt... Assassinate them. Let's see. Investigate and replace the corrupt tax collectors immediately. Lose legitimacy, which I'm already... no, legitimacy is the ones I have a ton of. Let them retire. They have served us well in the past. Yeah, no, we're gonna take the legitimacy hit on that. Yeah, they're getting removed. Well, what am I? It's... Okay, figured that out. We've now researched universal Christianity, which gives us the following benefits. Monthly diplomat. Okay, cool. Opera complaints. Music suddenly got a lot louder. A group of disgruntled commune have come forward with a form. Sorry, the game really. Really. Chill out with that, please. Okay. A group of disgruntled commune have come forward with a formal complaint against our Burgesia, who are well known for conducting business in Almonaster Real. According to the commune, the copper they purchased was one of such poor quality that it was barely usable. Oh no. Copper quality complaints. Burgesia, however, insists that the metal was exactly as promised. As tempers flare and the dispute spreads through the marketplace, others begin to question whether trade in Almonaster Real is as fair as it seems. The commune should take it or leave it. They are at fault. Petty score. I probably would. Yeah, they can deal with it. They're fine. Hmm. Getting kind of late. Thinking, oh, the Book of Hunting. King Alfonso XI, the Avenger of de Borgonia, has gathered impressive information about the state of the hunting grounds of Castile and the breeding of dogs for the same purpose. Not only is the extensive documentation and expression of our ruler's capabilities, but it will also be useful to improve the capacities of wild game extraction in our realm. Oh, so I got like oh no, it's just a buff, not a work of art. Oh, yeah. Anyway, as I was saying, it's getting pretty late. I know a lot of this stream was just me reading tutorials, but that's how these games be. Probably gonna end here shortly. In the meantime, I'm probably gonna spend a little bit of time, not within this save file, but like maybe the internet and whatnot, learning how the game works a little bit better. So hopefully a little bit more of interest can happen next time I play it. Because not other than reading how the game works, not a lot happened today, understandably, but we have, despite that, it has been going for a while. But that is how this goes. It is a brand new 4X game, so it takes time to figure out. But yeah, I'm thinking I gotta wrap up here shortly. Because for one, I don't know if it was from the reading earlier or the reading earlier made it apparent to me. 1,000 USD of DLC. There's not, I mean, okay, technically there is like I think a single DLC out right now, but listen, the new game does not have a billion DLC. These games get a ton of DLC because they last for a long ass time. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Anyway. Of how long these last. It's not that big of a deal. Anyway. As I was saying, I'm not sure if the reading at the beginning caused it or just made me more aware of it. My throat feels kind of wonky, which is weird. What are the differences from 4 so far? Well, the game starts about a century earlier. 4 starts in 1446, I think, and this game started in 1337. The trade system, this whole thing, like, there's goods, and, like, provinces, or whatever they were called, the smallest area in 4 had, like, a particular good associated with them, but this level of, like, managing them did not exist. The food system is all new. The trading system, let's put that in here, trade. We got advanced research, hooray, institution growth, good. Anyway, this whole market, God, I thought I paused. Sale of titles, one of our advisors suggesting selling off titles. Gold. Ooh, wait, money? Umbria lose satisfaction, or is this one? No, this one. I don't want to lose that much with them, but money. We can gain it back. It's fine. Anyway, pause the actual game. Thank God. Anyway, this system here for trading seems to be completely different, or in the very way, not as streamlined in such a way where I have more control over it. And also, these are fluid. Like, these borders and boundaries change for the trade nodes, which is... I'm calling them trade nodes. They aren't really trade nodes. Again, this system seems to be very different. I don't completely understand what I'm supposed to do with it. Which is a big thing, which is why I kind of just told it to do it as the game thinks, and hopefully it works. And it's kind of working. I'm making money. That's a whole different system. I would say just everything that existed in the previous game is here, but more granularly, like, intricate, it seems like. Disease is an entirely new thing, which is not a surprise. I'm fully expecting most 4X games and their new releases or expansions or whatever over the next decade to have disease as a central thing. That was something I expected after COVID, and it's no surprise that this release has a big disease system in it. I figured that's just going to be what 4X games develop if they didn't already have it. This system for research, the tech tree, that's wholly new. I mean, institutions were there in the previous game, and they still seem to be. Well, I can't seem to find how, like, a map of where and how they spread, but this is a whole thing that I'm letting the game also automate, because again, this seems to be, if I wanted to know what to go towards in here, I would probably have to read all of these little things and do it manually, and that's a lot of reading. So we're not going to worry about that, and they all seem to just be like small like stat buffs. From looks, well, no, okay, some of this is unlocking buildings. Once, yeah, this is a whole thing. A lot of these, but yeah, like reinforcement speed, that's just a small stat. Like a lot of this seems to be like gradual over time, though to be fair, this game as a whole is gradual over time. Otherwise, a lot of it's just the same stuff, but more complicated. I'm sure with time I will get it. I didn't truly get 4 until a lot of playtime into it and watching like other people who had a lot of playtime into it. That's probably what it will take for this one. Otherwise, like these early games of it are just, you know, fumbling around and seeing what happens. Right now, like I could say, if I knew what I was doing, I could be like, I'm Castille, I'm gonna conquer all of Iberia, go and expand, make a big thing, do a bunch of stuff, and that's my goal. But really, right now, with how little I understand of the game, all I can really say is, I hope I can conquer Granada. That's what we're hoping for. Oh yeah, another big thing that seems to be is this control and proximity thing, which is neat, but also seems really, really slow to progress. I don't know what that's about, if I'm doing something wrong with this. Like, this kind of existed as a thing in the previous game, but not like this. Again, the trend is stuff existed in the previous game, but is in this game with way more complex detail. Manifesting Granada, exactly, yeah. Morocco already seemed to take a little chunk of it already, which screwed them for that, but whatever. But yeah, so we'll see how it goes. I will probably have more evenings of playing this throughout the month, and just along ahead as we go. So yeah. But for now, I think I'm going to end. We have anyone to rate out to at this time of night? Almost certainly, right? We have and raid out to N. Like N playing some Final Fantasy. Shocker. Thank you for stream. Yeah, thank you for joining. I will definitely be streaming more of this. I don't think I'm going to be streaming the Final Fantasy tomorrow. It's because, so yeah, tomorrow's maps, I think, yeah. I probably won't be streaming that. Definitely be streaming more of this. I want to get back to Metro soon, shortly. I was hoping to get a couple things for that. We will see. Maybe it will just be continued as is, or maybe I will have a better audio mic setup for that. I don't know. That's kind of what I'm waiting on. That's why I've gone a little bit without doing that more than I've wanted to. For a while I wasn't because of holidays, but now kind of like I'm sitting on getting this stuff. We make those easier to do, but we'll see. Anyway, that's all for now. I will see you all another time. Have fun in Ken Street. Bye-bye.